Shalom. reborn on this planet, this world.
He had a second part to his question about the 15th Dalai Lama.
That is not my own business. Now, this moment, 87. Perhaps, according to medical checkup, my physical health very good. So another 10, 15, 20 years, then question come, next Dalai Lama. But that's not my business. My business, I believe, rebirth. So thinking, next birth. So most probably, I reborn on this planet, this world. I have some special connection. So the previous Dalai Lama, first Dalai Lama, he sort of expressed he want to born Tibet continuously, serving Tibetan people and Buddha Dharma. So that is quite reasonable, quite good. So I may, you see, time of dying, I may determined to reborn among Tibetan community. But we'll see the situation. But I really feel oneness of 7 billion human beings. Not much differences. Too much emphasis, my race, my nation, that's to become source of conflict. So we should think more about humanity, general.
Your Holiness, thank you. And for your sake, we hope you reach nirvana that you deserve and you see Bishop Tutu in your nirvana. But for our sake, we hope you are reborn into our world so your great spirit can continue.
Kosa.
그런 게 자원무치 그게 제마데 비숍 투투 제 레와 유선 시샤지
수
비숍 투투 총사로
네.
그런 게 되어 자원무치를 차샤나니야 타바던 지켜봐야 페투야 고동톱도야 그래와 유스 이네 만주체도 잠물리를 양약 개와시로나스 그게
My determination, serving sentient being, and other sentient being, other world, no connection, only in this world. So from that viewpoint, I will reborn on this planet and serving humanity as much as I can. That's practical.
Thank you.
I may born in different planet, so completely new. So I don't know how to serve. This planet, you already know. So small childhood, some sort of traces of past memory. So I myself, in my own birthplace area, there are some sort of event I clearly express about my past life and previous country. So some connection. So I reborn on this planet where I don't know, Tibet or Europe or Latin America. That's, of course, we also believe, like our Lokiteshvara and some we may call some higher being. So I have some connection. These higher being, I acting like representative of these higher being. So according their wish and my where I born. So one famous lake in Tibet shows now 3 words: akama, amdo, ka, kumbum. Ma, most probably my name, La Mo Tundrup. That show from that lake. So some connection. These are some mysterious things. But according to my own sort of experience, mysterious things really very helpful. So these mysterious forces, they can see long-term, or say, long-term interest. We, human body, limited. So life, full mystery.
Thank you, Your Holiness.
There comes a time when all life on earth is in danger. At that time, great powers have arisen, barbarian powers. And although they waste their wealth in preparations to annihilate each other, they have much in common. And among the things these powers, these barbarian powers, have in common are weapons of unfathomable devastation and death, and technologies that lay waste the world. And it is just at this point in our history when the future of all beings seems to hang by the frailest of threads that the kingdom of Shambhala emerges. Now you can't go there because it is not a place. It exists in the hearts and minds of the Shambhala warriors. And actually, you can't tell a Shambhala warrior by looking at her or him, because they wear no uniforms, no insignia, they wield no banners, they have no barricades upon which to climb to threaten the enemy or behind which they can rest and regroup. They don't even have any home turf. The Shambhala warriors have only the terrain of the barbarian powers to move across, to act upon. Now the time is coming, Dugu Gyal Rinpoche said to me, when great courage is required of the Shambhala warriors. Moral courage and physical courage. And that's because they are going to go right into the heart of the barbarian powers to dismantle their weapons. They're going to go into the pits and citadels where the weapons are made and deployed. They're going to go into the corridors of power where the decisions are made to dismantle the weapons in every sense of the word. The Shambhala warriors know that these weapons can be dismantled because they are manomaya. That means mind-made. Made by the human mind, they can be unmade by the human mind. Because the dangers that face us are not brought upon us by some satanic deity or some evil extraterrestrial force or some unchangeable preordained fate. They arise out of our relationships and habits, out of our priorities. They are made by the human mind. They can be unmade by the human mind. So, he said, now is the time the Shambhala warriors go into training. How do they train? I asked. They train in the use of 2 implements, he said. Actually used the word weapons. What are they? I asked. And he said, one is compassion, and the other is insight into the radical interdependence of all phenomena. And you need both, he said. You need the compassion because that provides the fuel to move you out where you need to be, to do what you need to do. It means not being afraid of the suffering of your world. And when you're not afraid to be with that pain, then nothing can stop you. You can be and do what you're meant to do. But by itself, he said, that implement is very hot. It can burn you out. So you need the other. That other tool, the insight into the radical interconnectivity at the heart of existence. The web of life, our deep ecology. When you have that, you know, he said, when you understand that, then you know that this is not a battle between good guys and bad guys. You know that the line between good and evil runs through the landscape of every human heart. And you know that we are so interwoven in the web of life that even the smallest act with clear intention has repercussions through the whole web beyond your capacity to see. But that's kind of cool, he said. It's maybe even a little abstract. So you need the heat of the compassion. That's the prophecy.
The violence, war, our creation. So peace depends on us. So we must make lasting peace. So my generation, I always mention, you see, most of professors, chancellors, belongs 20th century. So we are now ready to say goodbye. So the time to hand over all these, or say the mass survey.
The mass.
The mass world now handed over to you. Now you have to find ways and means to overcome these problems. Now, firstly, in order to carry effective ways and methods to bring peace, firstly, you need willpower to face any conflict without using violence, but through dialogue, through talk, face to face. So I often used to telling people or sharing with people, now this century should be century of dialogue. Dialogue is the only way to solve conflict. If we hoping peaceful world, that means without any conflict, that is unrealistic. I think so long we human beings with this intelligence which have ability, different visions, different hopes, expectation, then different ideas, different interests, always there. And also the global warming and the limitation of natural resources and the population increasing. So there are bound sort of factor develop conflict. So the peace means when we challenge this conflict without using force, but through peaceful means, through dialogue. Now, in order to carry dialogue, we need will or determination.
In Tibetan, Guru Padmasambhava is generally referred to as Guru Rinpoche, which means precious master. Guru Rinpoche is a totally enlightened being, a fully awakened one, a Buddha. He did not become enlightened gradually or start practicing the teachings of Buddha Shakyamuni and eventually achieve enlightenment. Guru Rinpoche incarnated as a fully enlightened being. Through his form, primordial wisdom manifests in the world to benefit all sentient beings, explains the Padmasambhava Buddhist Center. His appearance was actually predicted by Buddha Shakyamuni through 19 different sutras and tantras that contain clear information about his arrival and activities. According to the Padmasambhava Buddhist Center, the Buddha said, 8 years after my Mahaparinirvana, freedom after death, a remarkable being with the name Padmasambhava will appear in the center of a lotus and reveal the highest teaching concerning the ultimate state of the true nature, bringing great benefit to all sentient beings. Padmasambhava was an Indian tantric master who played a major role in bringing Vajrayana Buddhism from India to Tibet during the 8th century. Though he has been the subject of many legends and myths, little is known about his life from a historical perspective. One of the things we know is that he helped establish Tibet's first Buddhist monastery located in Samye. He is also considered the founder of the Nyingma school, one of the 4 major traditions of Tibetan Buddhism and the oldest one. In this lineage, and particularly in the Dzogchen teachings, which focus on discovering the ultimate ground of existence, he is considered an important symbol of enlightenment and an object of meditation. The word Padma is Sanskrit. It was preserved as a Tibetan word and means lotus flower. Sambhava means born from. Padmasambhava's usual name in Tibetan is Prerna Jugne, translated from the Sanskrit name Padmakara, which means originated from a lotus. When Padmakara was born from a lotus flower, and also while being led back by King Indrabhuti, his adoptive father, wherever he was set down, a lotus spontaneously sprung up. The king would then exclaim, "This child is truly a lotus-home one." Therefore, he became renowned as Padmakara. Later, when he became learned in the fields of knowledge and presided as the head of 500 great Panditas, eminent scholars and masters in Tibetan Buddhism. He was known as Padmasambhava, the lotus born. Thus, he is indeed named after his manner of birth. This explanation was given by Yeshe Sogyal, who lived in the 8th century CE and was considered the mother of Tibetan Buddhism. There are different interpretations regarding Padmasambhava's birth. However, the most renowned one states that on the 10th day of the 6th month of the monkey year, that is 749 CE, he miraculously appeared in the blossom of a multicolored lotus flower. This event is said to have taken place in a lake known as the Ocean of Milk, also called Lake Danakosha, located in southwest Haryana on the Afghanistan-Pakistan frontier. As Yeshe Sogyal describes, Padmasambhava took birth from a lotus rower in a way that is called instantaneous birth. Instantaneous birth in itself is nothing to marvel about, since all beings take rebirth through one of the 4 modes of birth: womb birth, egg birth, moisture birth, and instantaneous birth. But this master's birth was superior to ordinary instantaneous birth. Padmasambhava appeared as an exquisitely beautiful 8-year-old child, possessing all the major and minor marks of perfection. He held a vajra and a lotus in his hands and immediately began teaching the area's gods and dakinis, these last being the female embodiments of enlightenment. Padmasambhava, or Guru Rinpoche, which means precious teacher, assumed 8 principal forms at different points in his life, with additional forms also described in Tibetan and Indian text. In Tibetan, these forms are called Guru Sengye, meaning the 8 names of the Guru. Each manifestation is said to demonstrate a different principle that unveils the innermost nature of mind. They are described as follows: Guru Sokye Dorje, lake-born Vajra; Guru Shakya Senge, lion of the Shakyas; Guru Nyema Ozair, rays of the sun; Guru Padmasambhava, lotus-born; Guru Pema Jogne; Guru Loden Chokse, wise seeker of the sublime; Guru Pema Yalpo, the lotus king; Guru Senge Dradrok, the lion's roar; Guru Dorje Drojo, wild wrathful Vajra. It is important to understand that Padmasambhava's life transcends conventional norms, defying history and chronology. Through his 8 manifestations, he is said to have lived for hundreds of years, a figure that is symbolic and not to be taken literally as a historical fact. He is perceived as an extraordinary and timeless being whose nature and spiritual achievements surpass mere lifespan. Therefore, numerous accounts exist related to his life which cannot be fully covered here. As we said before, one of his greatest legacies was the establishment of the Nyingma tradition by supervising the translation of Buddhist texts into Tibetan and reinvigorating Buddhism throughout the region while teaching the Vajrayana. Hence, he earned the title of the Buddhas of the Vajrayana. Padmasambhava also established the first Buddhist monastery in Tibet at Samye, present-day Lokha, in response to an invitation by Resong Detsen, the 38th Emperor of Tibet. Despite initial challenges in construction, Guru Rinpoche's arrival cleared the obstacle and the monastery was completed in 767 CE. As Tibet's inaugural monastery, Samye holds profound significance in Tibetan Buddhist culture, often regarded as the birthplace of Tibetan Buddhism. Padmasambhava's arrival in Tibet is also associated with the spread of tantric rituals, teachings, and the erection of stupas, the most sacred buildings in Buddhism. During this period, he devoted himself to subduing the spirits and forces that obstructed the study and practice of Buddhism. He also imparted numerous teachings to his students, among whom 25 became renowned. Additionally, he is said to have left behind dharmas, which are hidden teachings intended to be discovered in the future by Tirthans, enlightened minds, when human civilization was ready to receive them. According to the Vajrayana tradition, these dharmas can manifest as both tangible objects hidden in places such as lakes or the earth, and as intangible revelations. During his life, he journeyed through Tibet, Bhutan, Nepal, and the Himalayan regions of India, imparting blessings and teachings across the entire area. As a result, numerous pilgrimage sites dedicated to him exist today. Most monasteries in this part of the world feature a statue of Guru Padmasambhava, alongside statues of Buddha Shakyamuni and one of the Bodhisattvas, typically Tara, Amitabha, or Maitreya. Additionally, his mantra remains widely revered and continues to hold significant power for the people of these regions. Regarding his death, it is believed that Padmasambhava did not pass away in the conventional sense as we understand it. Therefore, according to tradition, he was never reborn. Gyatso Rinpoche, a senior Lama of the Palyol lineage of the Nyingma school, explained that when his work in Tibet was completed, Padmasambhava departed to the west in a body of pure light to the Buddha field known as the glorious copper-colored mountain, where he resides even to this day. This place, also known as Zangdok Palri, is said to be home to a place where the Guru is believed to still reside. Guru Rinpoche is for most Himalayan Buddhism the second Buddha. He is considered the Buddha of every form and teaching of enlightenment and is revered by followers of Vajrayana Buddhism as both Amitabha, he who is infinite, and Avalokiteshvara, the embodiment of all Buddhas. While the Buddha is mainly known for teaching the Sutrayana teachings, though some say he may have taught the Tantras in secret, Padmasambhava is regarded as the master of the Tantras. These texts and practices focus on achieving rapid enlightenment and gaining a deeper understanding of the nature of reality, particularly within the Vajrayana tradition. It is said that Padmasambhava came to this world and to Tibet in particular, specifically to teach the Tantras. According to the general approach of Buddha Dharma, the story of the historical Buddha Shakyamuni begins from the moment his enlightenment in India at Vajrasana, Dorje, the modern Bodh Gaya. Buddha turned the wheel of Dharma on 3 occasions and finally passed into parinirvana, the state that follows death for someone who has attained nirvana. Then Padmasambhava came to follow up his teachings and especially to turn the wheel of the secret mantra, Vajrayana teachings. Whereas Buddha gave the fundamental teachings and opened up the ground, it was Padmasambhava who introduced the teachings of the Vajrayana. Another of Padmasambhava's teachings that enjoy widespread recognition today is the Bardo Thorol, commonly known as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. This text is the most renowned piece of Nyingma literature and describes the experiences that consciousness undergoes after death in the Bardo, which in Tibetan cosmology is the interval between death and the next rebirth. Part of a larger corpus of teachings known as the profound dharma of self-liberation through the intention of the peaceful and wrathful ones. This text was composed by Padmasambhava and dictated to his Tibetan consort, Yeshe Sogyal. It was then a hidden dharma in a cave on Gampo Dar mountain in central Tibet. It was subsequently discovered by a Tibetan Tirthan, Karma Lingpa, who is regarded as an emanation of Padmasambhava himself in the 14th century. This corpus of teachings, which include the Bardho Thodol, addresses the 6 transitional processes or bardos that constitute our experience in samsara, the cycle of mundane existence. In this profound text, Padmasambhava instructs us on how to attain self-liberation within these states. Though it has widely been taught and practiced since its discovery, it only became accessible to a broader public in the West in 1995. This was when a senior Lama of the Nyingma order, the Venerable Gyatso Rinpoche, taught it openly to a group of both Buddhists and non-Buddhists in San Francisco, California. As mentioned earlier, the future incarnation of Padmasambhava was prophesied by Buddha Shakyamuni himself. As Yeshe Sogyal recounts in a book about Padmasambhava's life story, the Buddha described this emanation as possessing 5 distinctive qualities that set him apart from others. Listen, whole retinue with one pointed mind. This emanation of myself will be superior to other emanations in the 3 times. Not subject to age and decline, his eminent form will be superior to other emanations. From the very first vanquishing the 4 maras, his wrathful power will be superior to other emanations, teaching the greater vehicle of Buddhahood in one lifetime. His realization will be superior to other emanations, converting the central and surrounding lands of the Jambu continent. His benefit for beings will be superior to other emanations. Beyond passing away in this good eon, his lifespan will be superior to other emanations. This is because he is an emanation of Amitabha. Padmasambhava's life is enveloped in extraordinary tales and narratives depicting his appearances in various forms across different places, as previously observed. These stories commence with Buddha's prophecies foretelling his birth from a lotus and extend to his eventual dissolution. They also recount his deeds in taming demons in Tibet, transforming them into protectors of the Dharma during the construction of Samye Monastery. Additionally, they encompass his 8 manifestations with different names and the tradition of revealing treasures or termas. While some sources affirm that he stayed in Tibet for 56 years, others claim he was forced to leave shortly after founding Samye, having been accused of practicing magic. One of these stories narrates that he fled Tibet on the back of a tigress and took refuge in a cave where he meditated for 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days and 3 hours without drinking water or eating food. This place, known today as the Tiger's Nest and located in Bhutan, is just one of 13 Taksang or tiger lair caves in historical Tibet where Padmasambhava meditated, practiced and taught Vajrayana. The truth is that when we ask ourselves who Padmasambhava was, there is no definite answer. His life cannot be approached solely from a historical perspective. It was as mystical and mysterious as the life of a Buddha can be. Because what is certain is that he did not come from this dimension and does not reside in it either. As the great Tibetan scholar, writer and Terthan, Jamgon Kongtrul explained, this great master was neither an ordinary individual who gradually traversed the spiritual path, nor an exalted bodhisattva who reached a stage of awakening. He was an embodiment of enlightenment made manifest by the Buddha infinite light, Amitabha, and by the incomparable Buddha Shakyamuni to guide to enlightenment in myriad ways human and non-human beings who are otherwise disinclined to spiritual life. While the specific details of his immense existence remain hidden, Padmasambhava's teachings, on the other hand, have survived through centuries, invasions and destruction, continuing to inspire people from all places and cultures.
Om Bikaze, Bikaze.
this blue planet is only our home. Next 1 decade or 2 decades, I will go. On moon also some water, but we try to settle there, impossible. Mars, these stars remain in sky, in blue sky. It's nice. If we go there, impossible. In India, vegetarianism in 1,000 years. In the West, you see, too much eat meat. Not only is it a question of a sense of sort of love these animals, but itself, you see, very bad for ecology. Of course, we Tibetan also a non-vegetarian, but we decided most of our monastic institution now stop serving meat. For health viewpoint also, vegetarian is very, very suitable, very good. Coming generation, they should think the pleasant planet, blue planet, is only our home.
Respected dear sisters and brothers. Indeed, you see, like I think many of my friends, and like as the former, I think, president of Ireland, the name was Mary Robinson. Oh, Mary Robinson. So one time described me as a feminist Dalai Lama. So now today, quite sort of, also they're relevant. The reason, according to scientists, biologically, female have more sort of sense of others' pain. You see, two persons, one male, one female, looking one sort of motion picture which shows painful experiences someone. No? When the two persons, you see, seeing that, the physical response, female, much stronger. Then obviously, we all come from our mother. You see, we survived with mother's milk, mother's care. Even animal. The father sometimes, you see, like dog, enjoy himself, then no longer the sense of responsibility to look after a child. But some bird has the two couple. They really take care. They are small, young, small. We human beings also basically like that. So therefore, but you see, milk, father, no milk, only mother. So biologically, the female, you see, they're equipped to feed child. And with that, tremendous love, affection. So I think in human history, most of warrior, actually murderer, most of them male. Now even today, I think we can see butcher, most of them male. So therefore, now time come. We need special effort to promote human compassion, human love. In that respect, female have special role, very important. So, now my talk is happiness.
Happiness is stress-free life.
Oh. So happiness, I think every we call sentient being, every sort of sentient or being who have experience of pains and pleasure, including insects, all have the desire to be happy. Now, there are many different levels of that sort of joyfulness or happiness. The animal, including insects, fish, birds, these, know this kind of brain, human brain. So their life entirely based on sensorial level experiences. So because of that, I think their survival very much depend on sensorial level. So many animals, the hearing, the power of hearing, right, and smell are much stronger than we human beings, because their survival depend on these sensorial experiences. Then now we human being, this unique, special brain. With that, we human being have the language and also the quite sophisticated language. So meantime, this brain also sometimes create more problem, more worry, too much sort of thinking, too much expectation. Then, and thinking about past history and thinking long future. That also is sometimes create more stress, more worry, more fear, more anxiety. Now biologically, this human brain is very marvelous. Same time, warm-heartedness. Our mother provided us how much value of taking care or loving kindness. So now scientists say basic human nature is compassionate, because our life starts that way, and we survived with others' love, care. Without that, we no longer survive. After birth, if mother no pay attention, then within few days we die. Then not only question of a few days or few weeks, but few years, mother take care. So, therefore, biologically, we human being, basic nature is more compassionate. Now important is combine brilliant human brain and the warm-heartedness. These two things combine. Then, you can say the warm-heartedness brings you inner strength, self-confidence. Warm-heartedness also bring honest, truthful. With honesty, truthful, you can carry your work transparently. That brings trust from others. We are social animal. One individual, no matter how powerful, alone cannot survive. Each individual survival or successful life entirely depend on the community. So now today's world, individual's future depend on humanity. 7 billion humanity. So therefore, now the others is source of your own survival, basis of your own survival, and also source of happiness. If I smile this flower, no response. Human being, smile, response. isn't it? When I smile or teasing, then their response, very warm sort of expression. I feel very happy, isn't it? So, human being without warm-heartedness and taking care of others' well-being, that human being never be a happy person. And then meantime, this brilliant brain, wonderful, you see, different visions, different sort of also the ideas, wonderful. Sometimes this wonderful brain combined with anger, jealousy, then this brilliant brain sometimes create more problem. Exactly now today's world, many troublemaker, actually, firstly educated, secondly their brain is concerned. I think they are quite sophisticated. They use sophisticated brain like that. So what is lacking? Moral principle, warm-heartedness. So that's just a mere brilliant sort of the mind sometimes creates more suspicion, more distrust. That brings fear, anxiety. So this brain, warm-heartedness combined, then, as I already mentioned, you see, your life truly become something positive with moral principle, like that. Moral principle, something like self-discipline. So long there are warm-heartedness there, that person never harm other, never create trouble for other. Because, you see, that person respect others' right and seriously sort of wish their happiness. So such person who have that kind of sort of warm-heartedness, then never create problem for other. Too much self-centered attitude, me, then too much exploitation. No hesitate to create problem to other. These are lack of moral principle and also intelligence, lack of long-sighted way, like that. Once our mind too much disturbed by emotion, then one of the sort of also the important part of our brain is seeing the reality. Too much emotion, we cannot use the complete sort of also the energy or ability of brain to analyze. Too much hatred, then your mental attitude become biased. With biased, cannot see the reality. So, in order to utilize human brain properly, you see, your mind, emotion level must be unbiased. Whether you like it or not, your mind remain unbiased. Then try to see the reality. Reality from one angle, you cannot see the reality. We must use our intelligence to see the thing from 3 dimensions or 6 dimensions. Then you get fuller picture of the reality. With that knowledge, then pursue your effort, become realistic. Too much anger, you can't see the reality. Then all sorts of destructive sort of measure or method may use. Result, more disaster. Anything which your sort of objective, which you want to achieve, that must be realistic approach. So in order to use realistic approach, calm mind, very important. Okay. So now that one level of, you see, how to develop happiness, joyfulness, and less stress. That just to explore or utilize basic human nature. The entire 7 billion human beings have the same potential. So, 1,000-year-old India's tradition, the secular, India, according to Indian understanding, secular means respect all religion and also respect a non-believer. Now, today's world, out of 7 billion, 1 billion non-believer. So this secular ethics, not based on religion. If we pursue that way, it covers entire sort of 7 billion human beings. This is fundamental level. Then all religion, we human creation, creation we created. So human, as I mentioned earlier, basic nature, human being, compassionate, and compassion give us peace, happiness, satisfaction. Therefore, all religion of human being carry the message of love. In religious field, theistic religion, non-theistic, theistic religion, non-theistic religion, both, you see, the main message is love. Now, according to theistic religion, mainly Judeo-Christian tradition and Islam, and some Hindu, but basically this Judeo-Christian, Islam, these tradition which develop in Middle East, the concept of God, creator, God as a creator. And that also very powerful, very good. You see, nobody say God as a sort of angry God. Nobody say that. God, infinite love. So we all children of such Father, infinite love. So that gives us, I think, sort of forceful sort of concept. We should be compassionate because our Father, God, is infinite love. And the entire 7 billion human beings are children of same Father, same God. Wonderful. Then non-theistic religion, I want to have some more discussions, interaction. So briefly, then non-theistic religion, such as one part of Sanghyasim, over 3,000 years in this country, developed Sankhya philosophy, and then Jainism. Then after that, Buddhism. These three Indian traditions, you see, consider a life, no beginning. Whether you call it soul or self, no beginning. So therefore, concept of rebirth, concept of karma now come. So no creator, our life, no beginning. So that's non-theistic religious tradition. And within that, the Jainism and Sankhyaism have the view of independent self. You call Atma. So beside this physical and mind, there is some independent, permanent oneness, that is Atma. Then only Buddha Dharma, I'll say, no such independent, absolute self. The tradition, according, who believe the Atma, then Buddhist philosophy is nihilism. No creator, no God, and no independent self or Atma. But then Buddhism, Anatma theory. At firstly, Buddha taught Anatma theory. Then, eventually, of course, Pali tradition also, you see, carry the message of Anatma. And then Sanskrit tradition, particularly Sanskrit tradition, you see there are a lot of argument between the concept of Atma and Anatma. The purpose or reason of Anatma theory is try to tackle our emotion. One of my friend, one American, Kazakh, Aaron Beck. When I first met him, his age already 84. Now his age, I think, over 100 years. A wonderful person, not a religious person, but I think scientist, and mainly his sort of experiences come from, he deal with patient who too much stress due to anger. So few decades he deal such sort of person, trouble-minded people. Then he concluded, when person too much anger and distress, and then the object which they feel angry, the object appears very negative. But in reality, actually 90% of that negativeness is mental projection. Now this is his sort of, the conclusion as a result of long period sort of work. This exactly Indian master Nagarjuna exactly mentioned that. The very purpose of no Atma, self is mere designated. And then furthermore, nothing independently exists. Nothing exists as appears. So that understanding, now the direct antidote, the very basis of exaggeration, mental projection. So therefore, the Anatma theory, just theory, but very relevant to tackle these emotion, which actually much sort of exaggeration, like that. Now, quantum physics, quite similar that of Nalanda school of thought, one Chitta Mantra school of thought, another Madhyamika school of thought. You see, things does not exist as appears. Things never they exist objectively, but observer, entirely depend observer. Observer there, things there. Observer no longer, things no longer there. That exactly the Chitta Mantra's philosophy mentioned that. So these things, you see, in order to tackle our emotion, destructive emotion, because destructive emotion entirely based on appearances. Are they because the opposing antidote of that not remain as appears, but go deeper level. Then nothing exists by objectively, by independently. So now here I also have some experience. I really feel student of Nagarjuna. So his theory, nothing independently exists. You see, that really very, very helpful to reduce this because of the strengthening of negative emotion. So that's one way, you see, to bring inner peace, happiness, joyfulness. So for that, now we need a study. Therefore, I usually describe we are the follower of Nalanda tradition, mainly like Nagarjuna, Arya Asanga, and so on. You see, these ancient Indian sort of thinkers, philosophers, they really investigate about nature of emotion. Once they realize the very nature of the emotion, destructive emotion, which is distorted the reality, distorted reality. So try to explain the very nature of the reality. This is one thing, wisdom side. Then I think Sanskrit word Ubaya and Prajna. This is Prajna side. Now the Ubaya side, like Shantadeva's book, really excellent to explain. Self-centered attitude is the key factor to create a lot of anxiety, a lot of negative emotions such as anger, all these things. So the antidote of that from Ubaya side is the metta side. Ubaya or metta side is, you see, the altruism. As I mentioned earlier, the wisdom side exploit because I utilize our brain, our intelligence. Then method side exploit our warm-heartedness. So the altruism, others' well-being, more important than your own well-being. Through this practice, even you see some practice of give and take. Take others' pain, others' suffering. Give your own sort of certain sort of the positive things, give them mentally. Practice that, meditate on that. That very helpful, you see, to strengthening altruism and reduce the self-centered attitude. So because of that, now we usually, you see, when we refer other sentient being, we usually say mother sentient being, entire sentient being. You see, it's actually, you see, very basis of your own well-being. When we talk about limitless sentient being, then other galaxies are no direct sort of connection. Only this galaxy, and within the galaxy, this solar sort of system, and within that, only this planet. Within this planet, the limitless insects, fish, animals, no language, we cannot communicate. Only prayer. So then finally, when we are training the sense of concern of well-being of entire mother sentient being, then practical level is 7 billion human beings on this planet. So we have the language, we have the same potential as I mentioned earlier. So, you see, in practical level, you see, they try to share one's own experience and these views to human brothers, sisters. That is now only possibility. No other sentient being difficult like that. So that's Buddhism in general, particularly Nalanda tradition, how to tackle destructive emotion, then how to strengthening warm-heartedness. That brings, you see, in mental level, emotional level, complete peace. Even though you're surrounded some problems, but you have the ability to keep peace. Okay, like that. So that is, I think, a few levels. First level, as a secular ethics. Then second level, religion, irrespective whether theistic or non-theistic, all carry a message of love. Then another sort of level, a Buddhist concept, no, because of the independent self, because selfish very much related with that, and anger, all these related with that. So that is just my report, how to sort of bring happiness and less stress, like that. Now some questions and answer.
This is Jia Jain, Your Holiness. I wanted to ask you that sometimes we take decisions and we feel they are okay because it is for what we believe to be the greater good. Is that true, or is it just a way of easing our conscience?
I think here, firstly, the goal which you want, you see, that is something positive to other, something beneficial to other. That is important, not harming other. That is goal. You should think. Your thinking is really compassionate thinking or not. Number one. Number two, method to achieve that, as I mentioned earlier, we should follow to achieve that good goal, but method should be realistic. So think. So now, for example, I always talk the importance of secular ethics. I am Buddhist. As I already mentioned, I practice these things. I really, have the experience transform about my emotion through this Buddhist practice. But meantime, I never state Buddhism is best. The different people, different mental disposition, judging their own way of thinking, their own mental disposition. Like medicine, you cannot say one medicine, this is best medicine. You cannot say. Judging individual patient, or his or her illness and physical condition, judging all these factors, then can describe this medicine is best for you. So similarly, different mental disposition, so you cannot say one religion is best. I never state Buddhism is best. For me, Buddhism is best. But different people, different mental disposition, then according to their own mental disposition, they should choose the suitable sort of religion. That's much effective, much better. So like that, goal is perfect, good. You after analyze, that's very good, beneficial to other. And then you should analyze method, more realistic, isn't it? Like I feel the Iraq war, the President Bush, his motivation is good, goal is good, but method wrong. Like that. That I feel, yes, okay. I feel possible on the basis of basic human nature, as I mentioned earlier, more compassionate. Anger is not, I think, basic, of course, part of our nature of our mind or our emotion, but the basic nature is more compassionate. That is the sort of basis. Then use human intelligence properly. What's the value of anger? What's the value of jealousy or frustration? Then you will realize, oh, anger is no good. On the other hand, compassion, tolerance, forgiveness, these things really antidote of this destructive emotion. Use our intelligence. Then you can change. Okay. I think animal, without this brain, you cannot do that. We human being, this intelligence, we have the ability to change some emotion, the lesson, or some emotion. The emotion, like you say, the compassion and anger is a contradictory each other. So therefore, logically, the contradictory sort of emotion, another emotion increase, then other emotion reduce. And then here, important thing is, all destructive emotion very much related with short-sighted and narrow-minded. The positive emotion all have the very sound basis. Therefore, the destructive emotion come spontaneously, but not much sound-based. The positive emotion we can train. The religious word, we can meditate on it. We cannot meditate on anger. We can meditate on compassion. So, the kumshi, familiarize. Anger, come. Not much kasoda, familiarize. Without familiarization. But positive emotion, firstly, the hearing, some knowledge from hearing. Now this, I think, Indian tradition. The understanding on first level is hearing. Then that point you already sort of heard. Now think, analyze. That we call vipassana. And in order to carry vipassana properly, you see, you also, there's a single-pointed mind there. Combined with single-pointed mind, that is shamatha, and analytical sort of because of the analyzation, that is vipassana. Combine that, the positive emotion, then much sort of familiarize, bring conviction. On the second level of understanding, through analyze, or even through experiment, then your understanding is very deep, and that brings conviction. Then that is second level. Then familiarize that conviction day by day, month by month, year by year, on to decades to decades, on too long. According to secular sort of way, eon to something different. We Buddhists, kasati, limitless 3 eons bare. Ka. Lovda.
In Buddhist texts, we mention working for enlightenment for over 3 countless eons.
So that's, I think, too long. Too long. So therefore, now, decade by decade, familiarize these things, then real effect come. So the change or transformation of our emotion, very possible. Then this method is not just a prayer, not just a faith, but analyze. Then the real transformation of our emotion, very possible. That much I also have some experience. Now over 50, 60 years, I seriously sort of thinking, firstly learning, secondly analyze, including scientific sort of finding, combine, like quantum physics. And as I already mentioned, emotions such as anger is very much sort of based on mental projection, like that. So I really now notice the Nalanda tradition. Buddha himself, you see, told us, "Oh, my follower, monks, scholars should not accept my teaching out of faith, but rather thorough investigation and experiment." So some Nalanda master like Nagarjuna and Chandrakirti, now they actually rejected some Buddha's own teaching, Buddha's own sort of sutra. They say, if you accept this sutra literally, that goes against reason. So we must reject that. That's, I think, so therefore, I usually is describing Buddha Shakyamuni 2,600 years ago. Buddha Shakyamuni was one aspect of that person, is great thinker, great philosopher. He taught quantum physics in his teaching. The Sanskrit tradition, he clearly mentioned about quantum physics. Then one, you see, he emphasizes experiment or research. Therefore, I consider him, one aspect of that person is ancient Indian scientist, like that. So therefore, the reasoning, not just faith on quotation, no. Even Buddha's own sort of word, we must analyze. If it goes against reason, then we have the liberty to reject. So like that. So therefore, you see these kasota. So familiarize, then gradually change our emotion, like that. So we change our emotion, we must utilize fully about our intelligence. That is very important. Okay, next question.
How to get the strength when your loved one passes away? Specifically from Alka, how to cope up with the loss of a mother?
Firstly, as I mentioned earlier, we should be realistic. So then, any living thing, including flowers and our body, you see, there is beginning, there is end. Quite logical. So there is birth, there is death. Come. So death is part of our life. You see, mentally, death is part of our life. Sooner or later will come. That mental attitude, very helpful. Actual sort of death come. Then you already sort of accepted this part of our life. Number one. Then some of your close friend passed away. Then instead of worry, sadness, you see, you should develop determination. Now I have the responsibility to fulfill the late person's wish. When my tutor passed away, usually I consider my tutor like solid rock. I can lean on it. When my tutor, Ling Rinpoche, and passed away, then now I lost that. Very sad. But I try to translate that sadness to bring the source of my determination. Now my tutor no longer there. Now I have the responsibility to fulfill his wish. So that sadness translates because of further determination or willpower. So that you can do. Your dear friend or husband or wife like that, or children or parent, you should think that way. Just sad. Worry, sad. If the late person, some way to know that, then that so late your friend also feel more worry. But if you, of course, sadness there, but you see that transform the addition of your determination, your sort of also pledge. I will fulfill my late friend's wish. Then that the late person, if way to know, then feel happy. My friend now really carry the determination to fulfill my wish. Okay, thinking that line. Okay, next question.
How do you decide which path to take? The easy path with assured success, or a path which is very risky and you don't know what's going to be the end?
That's difficult to say. But again here, as I mentioned earlier, analyze. Thoroughly analyze and use our wisdom fully. Before take decision, no hurry. If there is time, of course. If mad dog coming, then not much time to analyze. you have to protect yourself, of course. So if there's time, there's analyze. That's important. Then long period, quiet, no matter how long it takes, analyze, and also ask your friend, your trusted friend, not artificial friend. Then, once you decide, then you, no hesitation, follow that. I usually do that, particularly like 1959, when serious sort of situation come. I ask, including my sweeper, what to do. Listen their view. And of course, officials also ask. I never sort of took the decision immediately. I ask. Then I myself used to analyze. Then we also have one method, divination. And also some mysterious things. We have oracles, so ask oracle. So then finally, a certain sort of decision, I sort of decide, then no hesitation, go. Single-pointed mind. So that's important. After sort of decide the decision, still you keep or doubt, or then difficult. Next question.
Why do innocent and good people suffer?
Unfortunately, it is true. Now, billions of poor people, I think, completely neglected by those people who have some sort of means to help these people. Look, Middle East, like Yemen, Syria, and also some African states. Even within this country, some very, very poor people there. So this clearly indicates we are lacking moral principle based on compassion and also short-sighted, like that. So therefore, this is quite, now education. Now existing education system is brought from West, mainly education in this country is introduced by British. So in the West, I think modern education started, perhaps, I'm not expert historian, but it seems to me around 200 years. Before that, monastery or religious group, nunnery, they take care about education. In India also, and previously, this monastery carried the education also. So eventually, science developed, technology developed. So then it became clear we need separate education institution. So at that time, I think moral ethics carried by monastery or nunnery, and the newly developed education sort of institution then look after science, technology, these, and economy in these fields. So perhaps 200 years ago, at that time, maybe quite well balanced. And then gradually the influence of religion reduces. We can see in America, or in Europe also, there's a big monastery now empty. No monk, no nuns, like that. So the interest or religion, I think, less and less. So now, separate education institution alone now should take the responsibility about, you see, the moral ethics, moral principle, ethics. So, I always now appealing, now the existing so-called modern education should include the education about our inner value. That is now, as I already mentioned, modern education only care of our brain, not heart, not warm-heartedness. Now, these days I describing the hygiene of physical, actually in our education field, hygiene of physical, their education about. Now, we need hygiene of emotion. Because now, very healthy body, too much emotion, not good. And eventually suicide come, isn't it? And sometimes teasing to ladies, is a beautiful face, but angry face, no longer any beauty, isn't it? So therefore, real beauty is inner beauty, not some kind of cosmetic way. Something that is very sort of superficial. So the real beauty is inner beauty. I have one story. Usually I'm mentioning sometimes. You see, in early 60, one monk official, you see, very, very trusted, wonderful, really devoted, dedicated sort of official. So after we reached India, then he disrobed. Then I teased him, "Oh, your wife, not so sort of attractive." I teased him. And his response is, external appearance not because of the attractive, but internal beauty is very good. So then I have no further argument with him. So now hygiene of emotion bring inner peace. The inner peace there, loving kindness there, the beauty, beautiful face automatically come. So therefore, now modern education very much oriented about a material value. Material value related with sensorial experiences, as I mentioned before. Animal also is the same experience. Now we have this intelligence. So therefore, our education should deal our intelligence or this deeper level of emotion. And that not based on religious faith, according Indian tradition, secular way. So, existing modern education should include education about our inner value. In that respect, these days, now I think these years, I sort of stressing. So, ancient Indian knowledge about our emotion and how to tackle this emotion, which I already mentioned, these things come from Indian tradition. Even before Buddha come, this country, they practice tradition of shamatha, a tradition of vipassana, already there. Buddha himself, product of that Indian tradition. Indian tradition, I think, over 3,000 years. So therefore, these ancient Indian tradition, I think not only ancient one, but very relevant to today's world. So now, there's no other country difficult, but this country, simply modern education plus ancient your knowledge about inner world, about mind, about emotion. Not considered as a part of religion, but considered as a part of academic subject. The healthy body plus healthy mind. So hygiene of physical, similarly hygiene of emotion. Now you have all these material over 1,000 years there. Now this must now combine with modern education, including science. Now scientists also now have a lot of agreement with ancient Indian thought. These days I sort of publicly mentioning the Western psychology, compare ancient Indian psychology, then modern psychology looks like kindergarten level. Very because of the primary way. Go. Goma. Then Indian sort of psychology, highly developed. So these, and with that, 1,000-year-old ahimsa. Ahimsa is act of karuna. This country, over 3,000 years, the message of ahimsa, message of karuna there. With that, a secular concept, not imposing one's own faith on other. No. Complete freedom of religious freedom and respect to all religion. And I think today India is the really example. Different religious tradition can live together. That's really wonderful. Particularly at the time now, conflict in the name of religion, now they are very sad. In conflict Shia and Sunni, same Guru, as Muhammad, same Quran, but then fighting, killing. And Christian, even the Christian in Northern Ireland, I have been a few occasions there, Catholic, Protestant. See, they follow same Jesus Christ, same Bible, but you say like that. So these things, when we saw these things, then I really feel greatness of India's tradition, religious harmony. And the Sikhism. Oh, here some Sikh, Sataji. Oh yes, yeah. I really admire Guru Nanak. You see, he, I think, Hindu background, but took pilgrimage to Mecca. And in Sikhism, not much sort of say about what's the caste system. Wonderful. So, half joke, half teasing, this Sadaji looks very orthodox, but your tradition very liberal. So, India's sort of, I think, the education about how to tackle our emotion, how to tackle our mind, like shamatha, vipassana, these things, not only ancient one, but today's world, very much relevant. Now, strictly secular way, not context of religion. Right? Oh, that's important. So I think India, I feel, can make certain contribution for world peace, dealing emotion. World peace will never carry by weapon, only peace of mind. In that matter, India's tradition dealing with destructive emotion and bring inner peace. Now that's the ultimate source of world peace. So now I think we human beings, I think generally human beings, I think fed up about violence. Look, Iraq crisis about to start, the demonstration against violence or war from Australia and Europe and up to America. Millions of people come out, express against war. So I think I'm one of the admirer of European Union. And through centuries, France and Germany killing each other, fighting war. But then, after Second World War, under the leadership of de Gaulle, under the leadership of Adenauer, they developed a European Union. Through hundreds of years, you see, enemy, but new circumstances, common interest is more important. So then eventually European Union developed. Look, India also. It's East India, South India, West India, North India. You see, different language, different script even. Some Tamil people say their language is better than Hindi. But doesn't matter. You see, people, different language, different script, but live Indian Union. Wonderful, really wonderful. I think 2 years ago in East India, because of Manipur somewhere, Manipur, on meeting with some media people, one asked me about the independence of Manipur. Then I mentioned India, over 1 billion population, the different places, different culture, different language, but common interest, common benefit, much better remain union. I mentioned that. So with this sort of belief, even you see our own case, Tibet cause, 7th century, 8th century, 9th century, according to historian, Tibet, independent country, no question. 3 empire, Chinese empire, Tibetan empire, Mongol empire, very equal. But now, the 20th century and 21st century, I think other countries are now thinking union or common interest. So we also should think common interest. So therefore, around mid-70s, we decided not seeking separation or independence, remain within the People's Republic of China. Meantime, we should have also the right to preserve our own culture, our own language, and particularly our sort of Buddhist tradition. It's really, now I realize Buddhism comes from India, but now I think genuine Buddhist sort of tradition we kept, non-Indian, we Tibetan kept all these Nalanda masters they taught. So now China, about 400 million Buddhists. Many Buddhists now really have this sort of the recognition. Tibetan Buddhism is genuine Nalanda tradition, authentic Nalanda tradition. So a number of Chinese now following or showing interest, study Tibetan Buddhism. And some of them, in order to learn Tibetan Buddhism, they're also showing interest to learn Tibetan language. Like that. So, in a money matter, we can ask China, since we remain people from China, bring more money, more money, more money. That's their responsibility in economy field. You see, they have also the responsibility, and they have the potential to help material development, constructions, all these things. The spiritual side, we can help them. Truly. And China, historically Buddhist country, the disciple of Indian tradition, truly. So therefore, you see, remain in union. I feel that. So therefore, now if I always is telling the European Union, that kind of union eventually should develop in Africa, African Union. Then South American Union. If Africa too big, whole Africa Union, for the time being difficult, then you can, you see, Northern Africa, Southern Africa, or South, East and West, like that. Some kind of union, I think, very important to develop. Then these internal conflict, and within the country, some militant thinking, through education, should develop broad-minded or common interest. Then these things, I think African states, they spend a lot of money for weapon creation. Weapons responsibility is create killing, violence. Eventually whole world should be demilitarized world. You see, any problem which due to human beings sort of different views, different sort of interest, that is the source of violence or war. That cannot solve by weapon. Try to use force, then counter-violence automatically come. Then that violence control our physical, cannot control our mind. Only dialogue or respect their interest and try to solve the solution through mutually agreeable solution. That's the only way. So therefore, I describing this 21st century should be century of dialogue. Whenever some disagreement, potential of violence come, dialogue. So then, eventually, I think step by step. Firstly, I think a nuclear weapon should free nuclear weapon. Some time ago, you see, in Italy, a Nobel laureate meeting, I think 2 years ago, a meeting take place. I also there. Then I mentioned there, now we should have some kind of timetable. Within 2 years or 3-4 years, world should be free of nuclear weapon. Once we set up timetable, then worldwide movement to achieve that, then we can implement. Just express world-free nuclear weapon. Just express that. It's not much sort of the effect. So I mentioned that, but nothing happened. So that's the first sort of step. Then gradually, also the offensive weapon should eliminate. Then you see, as a human society, some mischievous people always there. So maybe the mobile small force, wherever need, can shift. And then eventually, that also, you see, can be more as a multi-nations force like that. It's possible. So therefore, these are sort of visions. I think many of you, may agree. So we need some kind of vision. We have this brain, have the ability to think or to create visions. Then, step by step, with patience, with determination, can achieve, not immediately. This achievement through prayer, I don't think achieve. We, at least 3,000 years, including Buddhists, more than 2,000 years, we pray to three Ranas, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. But sometimes we do not know what's Dharma. Dharma means action, motivation. So change comes through change our emotion, change our behavior, then we achieve Buddhahood, not just a prayer. So Buddham Shanam Gacchami, Dharmam Shanam Gacchami, Sangham Shanam Gacchami. Without knowing what is Dharma, then useless to say Dharmam Shanam Gacchami. We should know mainly Nirodha, cessation of suffering. Then the method to achieve that, these two things are genuine, real Dharma. That must develop here, not just a prayer. So I think several thousand years, we human beings pray. I think not satisfied result come. So depend on our action. You see, sometimes it's like Shia brothers, sisters, and Sunni brothers, sisters. You see, both pray to Allah, 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 Allah. But then I think sometimes I jokingly, you see, telling some sort of people, Allah may confuse the Shia side, pray to him, peace, or to win. The Sunni side also pray to Allah, and Allah, how to send His blessing to Shia side or the Sunni side. Difficult. So Christian and Muslim, some conflict. I think God, difficult to send His blessing this side or that side. So truly, I believe, you see, if Buddha, Jesus Christ, Muhammad come and we ask, bring peace on this planet, then I think definitely Buddha and Jesus Christ and Muhammad certainly will say, who creates violence? Not by God, but we human being. So now human beings have the responsibility to bring peace. We create a lot of violence. Meantime, pray to God is illogical. Okay. Now, last question.
Yes. Are all my actions coming from selfishness? Do they have a selfish purpose? Can you just wave? Yeah, thank you, Adrian. Everything that we do for others, don't we do it for ourselves at the very basis?
Best way to achieve happy individual, show other more, positive attitude. That's the Shantadeva's book, the 6th chapter, particularly now this point is 8th chapter. Very detailed argument mentioned here. So these days I use, it is by nature, taking care of yourself. So that kind of so selfish should be wise selfish rather than foolish selfish. Take care of yourself and only think of yourself is foolish. We are a social animal. Now today's world, 7 billion human beings interrelated. East depend west, west depend east, similarly north and south, like that. So this reality, just thinking oneself, don't care about other, is unrealistic. Individual level, a family level also, if you take only your own wish, your own desire, don't care about other, then if you married person, then eventually you have to face divorce. So you see, you have to sort of take care about others' feeling, others' views. So that sort of bigger, firstly individual. The best way to take care about individual, you should take care about your family. Your family's best interest is your family should take care about your community. I was told, my friend, the suicide rate in city much higher than a countryside. The reason very clear. In countryside, farmers, they have stronger sense of community there. One family, some problem, they always feel, I can ask this family, that family. Occasionally they work together. So sense of community much stronger. Then big city, you may have big salary, but your best friend is money, not human being. So therefore, some real sort of problems happen. You feel helpless, lonely. So I myself also, you see, as a practitioner of bodhicitta, altruism, I always consider 7 billion human beings are my brothers, sisters. So with this feeling, wherever I go, whenever I meet people, I always feel very close. If I emphasize or stress, I am Buddhist, I am Dalai Lama, or His Holiness, 14th, grade 14th Dalai Lama. If I emphasize that, then out of 7 billion human beings, only one Dalai Lama, then I feel lonely. When I stress, I am one of the 7 billion human beings, then plenty of brothers, sisters. So no feeling of loneliness, like that. So therefore, that also one example. Think other, you get maximum benefit. Think oneself, selfish, narrow-minded, then a lot of stress, a lot of fear, and loneliness feeling come. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Those people who have some sort of genuine interest, then try to implement as much as you can. And in order to increase the enthusiasm, the implementation about these things, you should study, you should read ancient Indian text. very important. So then, your experience, when you gain some experience, try to share with your friend. That is the way to transform our society. The initiative must start from individual. Then one individual share with 10 people. Each 10 people share their friends. That means 100 people. Then 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. That's the way to transform our society's sort of certain way of thinking. With certain sort of inner value, then all your professions can be much useful, positive way. Certainly reduce cheating other people, bully other people, like that. So that way, I think eventually our long-term aim is we should create compassionate humanity. Firstly, India should lead, because this knowledge already part of your knowledge. Now pay more attention. So this country, I think most populated democratic country in modern time. Because of that, in the concept of ahimsa, these things, India comparatively much sort of stable, much peaceful. So therefore, you can make certain significant contribution for world peace, like that. So now think, you should sort of develop self-confidence. Or should not develop pride or look down other, not that way, but some kind of self-confidence. We have rich cultural heritage. We have the potential to create inner peace, through inner peace, world peace. So we have the opportunity, we have the moral responsibility to serve world peace, not just lip service, but through action. Thank you.
His
This marvelous human brain, not well balanced with warm-heartedness, but combined with anger, jealousy. So then, instead of bring happiness or peace, you see, we really become the creator of problem. War only, I think, exists among humanity. It's quite a pity. Now scientists also say constant anger, hatred is actually eating our immune system. anger very much related with self-centered attitude, altruistic attitude. These people much happier. Too much self-centered attitude, then whole phenomena, you see, appears something difficult. And then fear, anxiety creates anger. I feel education should include about our inner peace, not through prayer, but through understanding which emotion creates violence, anger, jealousy, anxiety, fear. So these ultimately related self-centered, I, me. Just to pray, God, not sufficient. We must have knowledge. When about anger comes, then use our intelligence and reduce the intensity of anger. Karuna, increase compassion, then anger automatically reduces. Today's reality, entire humanity, one community. So instead of also fighting, now we should develop sort of the universal love.
Death, illness, old age, part of our life, it comes. Now better to look that part of our life, sooner or later it will come. Now important is while we're alive, our day-to-day life should be meaningful. Meaningful means, if possible, help others. If not, at least restrain harming others. That's a meaningful life. Okay. And then at the end come, you will not have any regret. I carry my life honestly, truthfully, more compassionately, and I done something good for others. Then at the end of come, you feel happy. Then according to religious tradition, if there is God, God will look after you. If no God, see, we are self-creation, right? Because of the self-creation. So you done meaningful life, so that's guarantee your next life will be happy, nice life. So that's the non-theistic religious tradition. There's no creator, but oneself as a creator. So goes one's own, like the later part of our life, much depends on early part of your life, study, and including sort of exercise. And then the result, good result come later part of your life. Similarly, this life, we carry meaningful life, helping other. This life utilized for something good for other, more compassionate way. Then, you see, that's effect next life. So therefore, the death is something like change of clothes. Clothes become dirty, old. Then time comes to change. Similarly, this body become too old. Then time comes to change. Okay, so look that way. Otherwise, you see, that is something mystery and dark. So you may get feeling of too much anxiety, fear like that. But if you know about the death, and I think either theistic religion, believe God, or non-theistic religion, believe yourself. You carry your life meaningful way, then there's a guarantee. So at the end, no regret. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I usually used to make 3 parts in Buddhism: Buddhist science, Buddhist philosophy or Buddhist concept, and Buddhist religion. It is very, very important to know the existing reality. That's Buddhist science. On that basis, possibility of transform, possibility of change. Now that's Buddhist philosophy. Because of that reality, so it is possible. Change, transformation. Then Buddhist practice or Buddhist religion. Because of that reality, because of possibility of change, then method or technique, that's Buddhist religion. So therefore, Buddhist science is concerned, there are 2 fields: science of mind, science of matters. Now modern science, up to now, mainly focusing the science of matters in order to increase our knowledge and in order to find the reality, matters as well as mind. I think combination, joint sort of effort seems very necessary. As far as the reality of matter is concerned, modern science much developed, much advanced than Buddhist science. The science of mind is concerned, Buddhist science much advanced. So modern science can learn useful information from ancient Indian science of mind. The main purpose of meditation is transformation of our mind. So another powerful mechanism transform our emotion is reasoning, conviction, not just a single-pointed mind. In order to increase the ability of reasoning, study is very, very important. For example, impermanence. Yes, meditation of impermanence is very essential. But simply, you see, thinking, everything are changing like that, and a single-pointed mind on that, effect, I think, limited. So using reasons and various objects, including our mind, matters, minds, everything changing. So that very obvious change possible because of subtle change there. The obvious change within 1 year happen or possible because of change within month. Months change possible because daily change. Daily change possible because of change within hour, within minute, within second. So ultimately, all these obvious change happen only on the basis of momentary change. If momentarily not changing, then obvious big change will not take place, cannot take place, isn't it? So using impermanence, one subject, different reasons, look different angles, different aspect, then you get firmer conviction. Then just a single pointed meditation on impermanence. Clear? So now the subtle mind is concerned. According Dzogchen, Dzogchen, now here ma anu adi Dzogchen bus. Suzanata nyuma tenji jebe ribukundu sambusa data di nyamne zonji sungorda.
So in the Nyingma tradition, particularly from the Dzogchen perspective, the great perfection perspective, then one speaks of one gives teachings at the level of pertaining to the subtlemost level of consciousness, which is the innate mind of clear light. And there the focus is primarily on introducing the nature of mind at that level and bringing about the realization of that awareness.
다들 투모모인베 탑름 지기야바레 샘들 리버 셴친.
So one unique
샘들 리버 수잔에 야 올로리버 셰바세아가 리버 디메메체. 안데 남주다 리버 이시 사 정도와 리버 이시 세아게다 리버 대강을 고려하래. 제니 조조 루브로 디에들 샘부타냐체. 예 때문에 다 교회 버시는 용땡에 된데들 리버 군두상보스 토마토 타만매바.
So one unique method in the great perfection tradition is based upon drawing distinctions between what the tradition calls basic mind versus primordial awareness or Rigpa awareness. And here the distinction is understood on the basis of those mental states which are more occasional and adventitious and more temporary, and these belong to a basic, they are kind of more of a fluctuating nature. They are characterized as belonging to the basic ordinary state of mind, whereas Rigpa awareness is characterized as being devoid of that kind of fluctuation. They are ever present, and also they are recognized to be a primordial quality of consciousness. So the distinction is drawn between these two.
야 dzogchen nangse기 dzogchen semde, dzogchen longde, ane mengang des, ane mengang le chigor, nangor, sangor, ane yangsang lami kors sungdoa.
So, and within the Dzogchen teachings, of course, sorry, earlier I forgot that. So the Rigpa awareness that is characterized as being free from fluctuation, ever present, and so on, is sometimes also referred to as Samandrabhadra, all goodness, and with no beginning, no end, and atemporal. So within the Dzogchen teachings, again, there are many different levels of teaching or many different classes of teachings. For example, the three primary classes of teachings are known as the cycle of mind teachings, cycle of expanse, and the cycle of instructions. So we see there are many different types of teachings even within the Dzogchen great perfection instructions. So this
예상 개바 루브르에다 치마 제등에다 디 치마 사인도 전에 양상 개바스.
So
퍼싱 슝나리아 시싱 슝나리아 렁신 양대 에네 학자 양대 학면 양대 민회변 양대 송도가 그래서 렁신 양대 디 토모번에 렁신 용선 양하는 데바지 차디어 봐. 이네 렁신 용선 양하는 데바지 저들이 이르잖아요. 렁신 용선 양하는 데바지 매나 루브르 지제기 양대 용식 말봐. 삐뜨는 시 예상 개발된 매나 양상 개발 용토 말봐.
So this primordial mind, the Rigpa awareness, referred to as characterized as Samandrabhadra, is in fact described as primordial Buddhahood. And this is a primordial quality of Buddhahood that we all possess. And however, this primordial quality of Buddhahood is obscured by adventitious mental factors, which are the afflictions and the various thought processes. And through practice, when this primordial quality of Buddhahood is removed, when all of these adventitious mental qualities, properties, processes are cleansed, then one becomes reawakened or re-enlightened. So the attainment of enlightenment is referred to as the reawakening or attainment of enlightenment. And this is, in a sense, analogous to an idea in the perfection of wisdom teachings, where the nature of one's mind is referred to as the natural nirvana. And the natural nirvana serves as the basis for the possibility of attaining a nirvana with residue and nirvana without residue, which are constituted by elimination of the afflictive forces. So if there is no natural nirvana, then there is simply no possibility of the attainment of the nirvana, actual nirvana. So the idea is similar. So similarly in the Dzogchen perfection teaching, because of the presence of the primordial Buddhahood in us, it allows the possibility to gain this reawakening, attainment of Buddhahood.
다 태고를 못 구사야지 질 담배 남샤라 태고를 못 구야래서는 송어 좀 뭐임바 강사 지기 냠손 레베 그돌라 태고를 못 구디 차상지 두세냐면 셔가지 근데 송야지 용기 디시라야 오르샤
So
다 데그르스람노 딩시 고미야 디 년도기 태고하세요 디시차지 다 되네 딩시 스파스 가소래 딩시 냠네 14로 담으잖아요 는 때려야라 주니 룩중도 거네 아니 거주림 도림 그다네 과학된 거야래 근데 되게 아니 랑제가 되버지 되네 심지 친루 실하게 냠네 디디 다 실람버시 친루랑 투자다 디디 아니 전주스 배태버지 바로도 심해 두 바로도 심해 대배 장승 대배 냠네 디제 다 되네 하이 내저 고민도잖아요 아니 저주기 두제 패배원도 제배이나 아니 다 저주도 세덤니 랑니 다 저도 될래 주 아니 시소 무줄래야 된지기 로나 숨기야래 저다 되는 인도산에 아니 지야 아니 오버 다 요가 디디 냠린치야 디디 준비 봤다 간다 사이는 좀 서도 되게 하래 되네네 개바 마요가 롱언의 요가 스잔에 저롱이 냠린 디레인 거야 되네네 저거 어디 요가 스르잔에 에네 리버 상대게 다 냠린 디치야디 자 도스네 강사지 디드 삼월로 먼저 추두체니 태버를 뭐 고갈로 다 냠린 치야지 요도가 그러나 롱진주도 나리야 단 제리네 다 사비샤요리 남중에디 셰디 다 롱진주든기 냠리 서울베다 타som 공부 제윤도 냐로 둔던저 때에 야오레스기 둔던저디 때 아니 이신저디 때 애니데네 예수 고수문한 거 심리 예수디 거를 샤자체니 거를 샤고자도 쉬시라 뒤에도 차베이나 되게다 민음 장을 줘가지고 디디 체 엔트네르 메르메게 아니 택존즈 쉰즈 다 디디 아니 냠면 간만 뒤트야 주나 역사요.
So when we speak about the 9 yanas or 9 vehicles from the early translation tradition's perspective, it's not a question of simply making a presentation about the general teachings of the Buddha, but in fact there is a tradition where the teachings of all the 9 yanas, 9 vehicles, are made relevant to the progress of an individual who is working on the path. So in this respect, then all the teachings of the 9 vehicles become relevant to the transformation of an individual person, a practitioner. So in this context, then the teachings and the practices of the Four Noble Truths correspond to the teachings of the disciples' vehicle. And then when the teachings of the Four Noble Truths are further elaborated, then the Four Noble Truths, the causal networks between suffering and origin and cessation of the path, when they are further elaborated, then the teachings of the 12 links of dependent origination becomes relevant. And here, both the reversal order and the sequential order of the relationship between the 12 links are explained and then meditated upon. Then the practitioner is essentially implementing the teachings of the Pratyeka Buddha, the self-enlightened ones. And then when the individual moves on to the next stage, then the teachings on generating bodhicitta and the altruistic awakening mind, and based upon that implements the practices of the 6 perfections, giving a moral discipline and so on, culminating in the cultivation of shamatha, tranquil abiding, and also vipassana, a special insight. Then the practitioner is implementing the teachings of the bodhisattva vehicle. On that basis, then one moves on to the next level, where deity yoga practices are brought into one's daily practice. And then, depending upon the levels of one's experience, the deity yoga practice becomes ever more subtler. And that's how one moves through this next 3 vehicles. And initially, for some individuals, it is said that the Kriya action tantra meditation may involve visualizing one's meditation deity in the form of a master outside, and then from whom one receives blessings and empowerments and so on. But gradually, as the deity yoga realization becomes more and more profound, one moves on to the next stages. And then finally, one moves on to the Mahayoga and Anuyoga and Adiyoga. Then there, the manipulation of the subtle energies and the channels and the drops, these practices, the more advanced Vajrayana practices, are also brought into the person's path. And then all of these, having established as a kind of a preliminary practice, one then moves on to the Dzogchen, the great perfection, Ati yoga practice, where the focus is really on affecting the realization of the Rigpa, primordial awareness. Therefore, when and this is in fact the approach that is presented in the 7 treasuries of Longchenpa, for example. And in fact, I normally recommend to people who wishes to engage in the great perfection practice to proceed by first study Longchenpa's treasury on the philosophical systems, Drupta Zu, and then follow that with the treasury of wish-fulfilling jewel, Yishin Zu, and then on that basis also study Semying Elso, the mind at ease, which there is a custom of doing the study and practice of this over a period of 145 days. So if each of the meditation cycles so each of these rounds of visualization, practice cycles are correlated to a day or week, and then there is a custom of doing this over an extended period of time in one stretch. That would be beneficial. And then gradually one can move on to the study of the treasury of the Supreme Vehicle, and then the treasury of ultimate expanse. And in this way, the approach would be very systematic. So the point is, it is very important to have an overall understanding of the basic framework of the Buddhist path.
다음에 강사 깬데 레트젠라 거라 다 담아 수세지 다네 그러면다 도버지야 되는데 용그래 달라 강사 괴전스 그래 다 담바 지공도 쳐봐이나 담바 용서로 거와 차고 타네 아니 냠네 지기나 담바 지전스야 되긴 노다 투부 좋은 띠야
So, of course, there could be an individual circumstances where some individual practitioners may have residual karmic forces, being brought from the previous lives, and then, in a sense, they are connecting with what is, moving on from already a certain stage. In which case, a very specific instruction from an experienced guru or a master may be an appropriate approach. But generally, for most practitioners, it is better to approach from the basis of having an overall understanding of the structure of the Buddhist path, and then engaging in specific practices on that basis.
Dear brothers and sisters, when I say brothers, sisters, I really feel like that. Particularly this moment, we really need that spirit. And our usual concept, we and they, is, I think, outdated concept. Now we must have a concept that take entire humanity as our brothers, sisters, and then should consider part of we. That's much better. Because there's many problems which are facing, essentially man-made problem. That's really unnecessary. On top of nature, because the problem. It's quite enough. The additional man-made problem, is it wise? Certainly not. So all these, I think ultimately, are concept we and they. And don't bother about their interest, about them. And worst thing, no hesitation to exploit on them. Cheat on them. So therefore, I always telling people, now we need a sense of global responsibility. Think 6 billion humanity, equal. Just think oneself is actually foolish. Every our sort of move, suppose bring happy life. No one deliberately carrying some work, some action in order to bring problem or suffering. So everybody is moving with intention to bring happier days. But then because just think oneself and don't care about other, so they, because of that kind of motivation, our action become then unrealistic, wrong action. As a result, these unwanted problems essentially created by ourselves. So therefore, we really need a healthy, proper mental attitude. I think that's very important. I think we pay adequate sort of attention about material development, about material values. Compare that, we pay much less attention about our inner value, about our mind. So therefore, now I think out of our past experience in 20th century, we invented many advanced things in technology with the help of science development. So, but sometimes some technology bring more fear, more anxiety. So now, judging from our experience which we gained in 20th century, now we are in 21st century. I think out of our past experience, now we have to think, what is wrong? Essentially, not working. Test, okay now. So what I'm saying, I forget now. Oh, yes, matter is matter, no mind, isn't it? So the matter utilized by human being, that means ultimately matter used by mind. Something like that, isn't it? And then the very matter of happiness, joyfulness, is kind of mind.
Mental state.
Mental state, mental feeling. And similarly, pains and, of course, this I mentioned this morning. So apologize, I repeat that. So the pains and sadness, these things also, mental feeling. So recently in Dharamsala, on our science meeting, I mentioned it's quite sort of strange. The very basis of pains and pleasure, that's mind. Now, we're much sort of eager to gain more because of the pleasure, more joyfulness, and we try as much as we can reduce pains. But the pains and pleasure itself is mental sort of
States.
mental states. But we neglect about what is mind. Obviously, I think many people, have same experience. With facility, good facility of matter, material, but meantime, as a person, very unhappy person. I notice some my friend, not Richard Blum. This is some very rich, I think, very rich, but as a person, very unhappy person. What's wrong? Plenty of money. And with money, and usually, certainly, more friend. But actually, it is questionable. These friends are truly friend of human being or friend
Friend of the person.
The friend to person or friend to money. That's a question, questionable. In any way, usually you see the richer people or have some more friend like that. But in spite that, as a person, very unhappy person. So then, sometimes these people are still seeking comfort out of money, out of power. It's wrong. If they pay more attention about our inner value, inner science, then most probably they may find more effective way to face their unhappiness. What do you think? Some sense? Thank you. I think this, at this point, I think I can tell my own experience. The very time, the time of my birth, 1935. So at that time, about to start a Nazi sort of power in Europe, in Germany. Then soon, Second World War start. Then Korean War, Vietnam War, like that. So my life, whole my life, witnessed too much violence. And also some violence in the name of revolution. I think most cases fail to bring real happy world, healthy world. Still, a lot of fear, distrust, uncomfortable, uncertainty still there. So that quite clear. The material value fail to bring real healthy world. And family level also. As Brahm mentioned, since 79, quite often they come here, and also Europe. So among my friend, one time they had one wife, the next time another wife, then next time another wife. So happy marriage and divorce, again marry, divorce. So those people who have no children, then okay, better. Enjoy short moment, then forget, then try find another one. Okay, doesn't matter. If not thinking seriously about moral principle. But then with children, it's really tragedy. Nowadays, you see children. Children sort of entire their trust, relying on their parent, and divided. I think sad. So these things also is a sign of some problem in the family level also. And then, from time to time, some unbelievable sort of incident, shooting in classroom, innocent sort of student. Also sign of something lacking. And like Japan, I was told, it is growing number among students take suicide. So one time in America, we have some meeting about the problem among the youth. There are, because some medical scientists, some educationists, some
Psychologists.
sociologists,
Social workers,
social workers,
psychologists, and psychologists.
or psychologists. At that meeting, almost unanimous sort of conclusion. These problems because lack of affection in the family, in the environment. So now in China, people talk about China. As far as material thing is concerned, now rapidly developing. But there are quite a number of cases of mental problem. So therefore, and then is my own sort of now case. And then at the age 16 year, I lost freedom and remain constant fear, suspicion, difficult. Except short period. 54, I went to Peking, and few months I remained there, I stayed there, and I had several meetings with Chairman Mao, and of course, most of the leaders at that time, I had sort of meeting. As a result of these sort of meeting with these people, these leaders are genuine revolutionary. Their whole life truly dedicated for the well-being of the people, especially working class people. Wonderful. Then, particularly Chairman Mao, at that time, so I really developed genuine respect and admiration about his sort of work for revolution. And many party members, many of them, the member of Long March, so really dedicated. So then 55, I returned from Peking. So on the road, I met General Tang Guohua. Is the sort of in our autonomous sort of preparatory committee. He was the deputy chairman. So on the road, he come from Lhasa to go to Peking. I come back from Peking on the road. In Gongbo area, we met. But then I told him, last year, when I coming the same road, coming to Peking, my mind full of suspicion, fear, doubt. Now I'm coming back full of confidence. So then that feeling till 56. So except that period, it's a constant fear, doubt. Then age 24, I lost my own country. The last 50 years now. Still a lot of problem, a lot of sadness, a lot of heartbreaking news. During this period, money failed to bring
Peace of mind.
Consolation. Of course, I used to watch. So some beautiful watch also failed to bring inner comfort. And also occasionally some dogs and some cats, very beautiful, but they also fail to bring inner peace. sometimes my human friend, sometimes even greater sort of sadness. They also complain, they also express their sort of sadness. Then instead of sort of bring peace, but more worry. But then only thing which bring inner peace is my own inner value, compassion, and the spirit of forgiveness, and also realistic attitude. These things brings inner comfort, clear. And my physical health also, these inner value really affect positively.
On my health.
Ah.
On my health.
On my
Health.
health. So, you know, I think many of you may not know that last year I went to surgery to remove gallbladder. So at that time, one specialist, surgeon specialist, there are a few sort of specialists. One specialist described me as a young patient. Then I told him, I'm not young. Now, over 73 years old. So then he says, yes, I know your age, 73, over 73, but your body looks still like 60-year-old. So he described as a young patient. So that shows my mental peace, inner sort of strength, I think really makes differences about body element. So we are same human being. Therefore, I want to share you ultimate source of your happy life, a happy mental state, is within yourself. That I think you should know.
Does this reverence for all living things mean that I shouldn't have hit that mosquito that just bit me here? No, I'm serious about that. Is there a danger of excess in this? A lot of people say, well, you who care about the environment are going to extremes.
Usually my practice is something like this. One mosquito come, then if my mood is something quite happy, then I usually give some blood, to the mosquito. Then second time come, then more impatience. So sometimes I do like this, blow out. Then third come, then sometimes.
3 strikes and you're out, as we say.
order to challenge that, we need, I think, the constant. Through that way, yes, definitely we can change. Western friends have questions. And easiest and most effective. Then perhaps another question.
connected with open consciousness. You connected with open consciousness.
Very purpose of our life. Reason of future. Even this afternoon, what will happen? Do not know. In future, no guarantee. But our life. Based on hope. Even there's some difficulties. Still, hope our life. If someone really lost hope,
I loved you since we were young.